Hello. Welcome to tonight's license subcommittee meeting. The meeting is being broadcast live on Council's YouTube channel. My name is Councillor Macy Ume, and I'll be chairing tonight's meeting. If I lose connection and cannot reconnect, Councillor Paul Alexander will take over for me. I would like to remind all participants a few housekeeping points. Please keep your microphone muted unless you're speaking. Please note that the chat function has been displayed. If parties wish to add any additional information other than at their allocated time to speak, they must use the raise the hand function so that they are not missed. I also ask that members keep their questions and comments brief to the point. If any councillor leaves the meeting or loses connection during an item, we will pause and wait for a few minutes for them to reconnect. If a councillor is not present for a substantial part of the discussion of an item, they will not be included in deliberation. The quorum for this meeting is 2 members of committee. If we have fewer than 2 members in attendance, I will have to join the meeting. I now move to item 1 on our agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence. We have no apologies for absence. Item 2, declaration of interest. Do members have any declaration of interest?
No, Chair.
Okay. Item 3, I would like to ask everyone participating to introduce yourself if I call on you. We will have with us Benjamin Lucas. Is Benjamin here? Benjamin?
Sorry, Chair, I think you might be looking at the wrong notes.
Sure.
This should be the Black Pound Day notes.
Yeah, that's one I'm looking at.
So,
Okay.
Pierre Neal.
Yeah. I think I missed you. Okay, sorry for my mistakes. Perry Neal, the director. Licensing.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. Licensing officer is Elisha Collins, supported by Karen Lin Yu. Are they here?
Present, Chair.
Okay. The council legal officer is Emmanuel.
Present, Chair.
Okay. Objector is Catherine McLance. Catherine. Local resident.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Procedure. Before we consider the application today, please, may I quickly explain the procedure the committee will follow. We will have to hear from the licensing officer will introduce the application. The objector who has registered to speak. Then finally, Perry Neal, the director, the applicant. Usually, each party will address the committee once for a maximum of 5 minutes, followed by presentation by all parties. The committee may ask questions of any party or other person present at the hearing. No party has the right to ask questions to any other party at the time during the hearing. Following the presentation and questioning, each party will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to sum up their case or representation. The committee will then retire for deliberation. Upon its return, I will announce the committee's decision. Please keep your remarks as concise as possible. Licensing officer, can I ask the licensing officer, Elisha Collins, to introduce the application?
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, panel.
Good
By
evening.
way of background, I can confirm that on the 10th of August 2022, Black Pound Day, submitted an application for a new premise licence in respect of a business known as Black Pound Day, located at Unit 1068, Westfield London Shopping Centre, Ariel Way, London. The application sought to apply for the sale of alcohol for consumption off the premises from 1000 hours to 2000 hours, Monday to Saturday, and 1200 hours to 1800 hours, Sunday, along with the opening hours from 1000 hours to 2000 hours, Monday to Saturday, and 1200 hours to 2000 hours, Sunday. The licensing section received one representation from a local resident objecting to a new license application during the 28-day consultation period. You will note that from the application, they have now reached an agreement with the police. This details 4 conditions that have been agreed to should the license be granted, which can be seen in section 1.2 of the application's operating schedule on pages 4 to 5 of the report. I have no further comments at this stage unless you have any further questions.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the objector? Is objector?
Yes.
Okay,
Hi, Mercy. It's Catherine.
Catherine.
I'm representing the Caxton Village residents, which is the area, residential area that's bound by Wood Lane, the Uxbridge Road and Westfield. Now, I think what would be good would be for everyone to be aware that as of yesterday, a judge signed a closure order for Shepherd's Bush Green and the whole of Caxton Village. And this is due to the elevated amount of violence that we have suffered due to both drug and alcohol abuse in the area. Now, we have total saturation with respect to alcohol licenses, both around the green and that is available within 100 yards, 100 meters of it. I looked into Black Pound, the store, a mini department store, sounds excellent. But what I don't understand is why a department store needs to sell alcohol. For me, it seems that it is more of a retail space, not so much as a food outlet or a food retailer. Alcohol of at high levels of above 5%. The beers below, acceptable, but still, why necessary? And I noted a letter from one of the police who equally questioned why it was necessary to sell alcohol at all. It's readily available in many places within Westfield itself and along the Uxbridge Road. In fact, as you can see within your documentation, the number of licenses that already exist. They have asked for a license from 10 till 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday and 12 till 6 on Sunday. And as a resident, I feel very strongly that we do not need another alcohol license. At 4 o'clock this morning, one day after a closure order, we've had a serious assault, which is life-threatening. The man may die. The levels of violence due to alcohol and drugs is unacceptable. And to issue another alcohol license should not happen. Much as I say, I appreciate Black Pound Day and what it's achieving, but I just don't feel alcohol should be part of its retail space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I now ask Perry Neal to speak?
Hi, how you doing? So yeah, my name is Pierre Neal. I'm known as Swiss. I come from a music industry background. And after the murder of George Floyd, I put a call to action to my community well, not just my community, but all communities that were supporting the Black community at the time, to focus on economics and focus on Black businesses as a long-term sustainable way of assisting our community in the systemic discrimination, racism, and oppression that we face. And so I put an emphasis on Black businesses. From the start of that, people wanted to know where to find these Black businesses. I created a directory, blackpoundday.uk, where people could find those businesses. And the first Black Pound Day was on the 27th of June, 2020. And I decided to move it to every first Saturday of the month, as a sustainable way to support the Black community, because we know that marching is all good and it does help to some degree impact and emphasize a particular cause. But, you know, after we go home, it stays there. So I wanted a long-term sustainable way to support my community through our business, the business layer that we have. And in the last 2 years, that directory evolved into a marketplace where people could spend online at the click of a button. And then, you know, our community were asking for a retail space, and Westfield approached us, and we decided to handpick, you know, the best businesses that we had from our directory, bring them into a retail space to give them the visibility that they need, because we know that, you know, Black businesses are systemically disadvantaged since we came to this country in the 40s after World War II. And so we want to make it inclusive for all businesses. Yes, we are a retail department store where we cover children's toys, accessories, clothing, books, hair care, skin care, children, toys and family entertainment. But what we also know is that in the alcohol sector, Black businesses are also impacted by being disadvantaged. And so we don't want to leave them out, and we wanted to include them in this retail space. So it's about really fighting systemic racism, discrimination, oppression of entrepreneurs and Black business owners. And that's why we want to make it inclusive for our alcohol brands, our Black-based UK alcohol brands that don't get the opportunity to showcase themselves in front of 2 million people per year, what Westfield Footfall brings to the centre. If not for us, they wouldn't have this opportunity. You don't really find Black alcohol brands on the high street, whether it be Sainsbury's, whether it be Marks and Spencer's. Most of these places do not sell Black alcohol brands. So part of our ethos is to make sure that we have a space for these brands, as well as our other UK-based Black entrepreneurs, so that we can all be in one place. The local community can be engaged as well, because there are people of color in this local community that are underrepresented. They don't have somewhere where they can come and spend and see their own iconography, language, culture, etc., in Westfield. So that's what we basically provide. So why alcohol? You know, because we're fighting discrimination and racism in that sector by showcasing these brands. And that's our whole point of really doing this.
Thank you, Perry. Now,
Hi, Councillor. Neil's also represented by myself, licensing agent Bobby Holder. You seem to miss me in your beginning.
Your name is not given to me on my list.
I do. If you ask the Governor, I've submitted an application to represent the applicant. If you confirm that, please, on the officers.
Please, officer, can you assist me on this, because his name is not on my list.
I can confirm he put representation in today.
Today?
Yeah, to be able to be an agent.
Okay. Okay, and what is his name again?
Bobby Holder, Councillor.
Bobby Holder, sorry, you know.
No problem, Councillor.
I thought that one had to be within 24 hours before a meeting.
Catherine, in the interest of fairness, to have a fair representation of a hearing here, it's just offering the applicant a fair representation.
Sorry to speak over Mr. Holder, Chair, but could we just have the one meeting and not conversations between the different parties? Otherwise, I find it quite confusing.
Yes, sorry, Catherine, you cannot ask him questions. The officer has agreed that his name was on it. Yeah, so so Catherine, you cannot ask question to the another person. So it's up to councillor. So when we have the meeting, we will ask him question. Don't worry. Okay, so Bob, please hold that. Could you carry on?
Thank you, councillor. If you see this application, all the conditions have been agreed with all the 8 licensing authorities. The application is only for off sales, not on sales of alcohol. The application is only till 8 o'clock, where most of the licensing premises in the Westfield is to an average, let's call it 12 to 1 o'clock at night. And obviously the cinema, which I'm sure the Caxton residents go to the cinema, is open, licensed till 3 o'clock in the morning. In regards to the objections, there's only one objection actually at the meeting, Mrs. Catherine, who's objected here. It seems it's come more of a fictitious representation of the Caxton residents. There's only one resident that's actually put in a representation. She doesn't seem to have the authority, even though she's mentioned the whole village residents. I'm sure everybody, the councillors and everybody else is welcome Westfield coming to the area of Shepherd's Bush with 2 million visitors in the area. It's increased the valuation of the area, the property value of the whole area. That becomes business models to add value to the area, to add a new market, a real diverse London. It's a London, what we could say is a London thing in our community. And we just want fair representation. That's what Neil's represented, to sell diverse drinks that are slightly different, like we would sell sorrel, rum punches, rum cakes, these sort of specific target market. It's open for everybody, because I'm sure everybody enjoys a nice rum cake. If you haven't tasted the sorrel that he will be selling, I advise you to pop in, sell his sorrel and ginger with a little bit of alcohol and rum. It's just basically something that's adding to the diversity of the area. It's a off-license application, not on sales. And it's still 8 o'clock in the evening. And the pricing of these products, because of the volume, you can't compete with any of the major brands or supermarkets or the off-license there. It's going to be quite a high price. I don't expect the residents of Shepherd's Bush Green or the people that are down there in Shepherd's Bush Green to popping into his store to be buying his alcohol. They don't normally go in Westfield because it's got high security, cameras, the whole lot. We've all been down to Shepherd's Bush. We all know what it's like in the bush. We know it is an issue, but this business does not add to the issue. It's a very small business. It's a very niche market. And we'd like to see the residents of the village please come and support this business. So if you were to grant this application.
Okay, thank you very much, Bobby Holder. Now,
No
thank you. Now, committee, can I ask each committee member to ask questions of any party about the application and issues that they have raised at the hearing? Okay, can I ask Councillor Alexander to ask question to any of the applicants or to the resident?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I could ask Catherine, is it Macaulay, just to tell us a little bit more about the group she represents and the and her interest in the subject, and also to explain the kind of problems it is in the area. And I'm assuming she can explain that she's making a generic complaint about alcohol premises rather than this specific application.
Basically, as Mercy is aware, I represent the Caxton Village residents, which is a community of about 104, which we have dealt with the council on many occasions. My point being, as I say, for the police to have finally managed a closure order, it has been accepted that the rise in crime has been phenomenal. A lot of this is due to the accessibility of alcohol. And this is not precisely towards Black Pound, but it is on the fact that we have too many alcohol licenses. And having looked through their documents and seen they're a retail store, and as Pierre mentions, they sell baby products, it just seems completely inappropriate. Perhaps they could have some sort of stand within the store and people can order it and have it delivered. But does it have to be sold off license from the store? And we feel just very strongly, because additional licenses, whether it's one now and another one, it's an aggregate, and we have a big problem in the area.
Thank you, Catherine. And Chair, may I speak to Pierre Neil with a couple of questions? Pierre, thank you very much for coming to the meeting this evening and explaining your business model, and and you have highlighted some disparities in businesses and the not so well represented Black community. How would you go about managing the sale of alcohol, and have you sought any support so that your business and your staff can actually learn some of the difficulties with selling alcohol? And I'm sure you'd like to be able to believe that some of Catherine's 104 residents would actually be customers of yours, and that it wouldn't just be an exclusively Black product, an exclusively for Black residents product. So just if you can just explain in your own words, it's not a trip-up question, just to see, and I think the committee are very interested to know how you're going to manage it, because we can get all sorts of problems with people who are new to selling alcohol, in particular where you get people walk in and they disregard your instructions and they just open a can of beer up or whatever it is and start consuming it there and then, which obviously needs to be a management process.
Well, I'm in contact with security in Westfield. I don't know if you can see that, but that's my radio.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
That's my radio, which puts me directly in contact with the security on the premises. So if there was any, challenges that we had with customers, I can get on the radio and get security to the store straight away. The police have agreed with, the measures that we're taking with the store in terms of, login if there's any underage people trying to buy alcohol, make sure staff members' names logged, the person that came to the store, the time they came, etc., etc. Understanding the local area is definitely something that we're interested in. We serve the local area, so it's in our interest to understand the challenges that the local area are facing and not add to but help to prevent, whatever's happening through our store, help to prevent any impact that it would have on the green and in and around that area around Main Shepherd's Bush. In terms of the point that Catherine made in terms of having a delivery stand, I've spent almost like $4,000 just to get to this point. And I'm a micro business. I have very small employee range. And it took a lot for me to get here to rent the space to be able to provide access for my community, something that we haven't had for decades. And so it's important for me here, and I don't want to add to that cost by having a stand where I have to pay for deliveries or the maintenance of that. I want to make it as easy as possible for all residents of all denominations, colors, creeds to come and engage with what we do, as they do when Carnival comes around. But we don't only want once a year, we want people to engage with us across the year. That's why we're open across the year. So in terms of doing as best as we can as a business to be equipped knowledge-wise about the area and to help keep down any negative impact that selling alcohol will have on the area, we will 100% do our best to do that.
Thank you very much. No further questions for now, Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominic.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for the input you've already given. I have one small question for now. This is to Pierre, if I may. Just I've got in front of me the plan of your store. It's probably a technical issue. It's a little bit fuzzy, so I can't actually read it. some of the small type. And what I'm trying to work out is where would the alcohol actually be? What sort of type of display would you be using? How large would it be? So you just give me an idea of kind of what the interior of the store is like.
Okay, so we have, if I could, yeah, we have a counter. We have our counter where people do transactions across, but we also have a counter behind the counter, which if I'm facing the counter as you know, someone as if I'm serving someone, the alcohol would essentially be behind me. So we wanted to keep some behind the counter, and then we do have some shelving space on the floor underneath. Underneath there's some space there, and so we definitely want alcohol behind the counter, and we're kind of deliberating whether we should have alcohol under the shelving as well.
So can I just stop you just for 1 second? So I'm looking at, I don't know if you've got the plan.
I haven't got the plan in front of me. No, sorry.
Chair, can I share my screen? Would that be all right? If I'm just so we can all be looking at the same at the same thing.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Hopefully you will be able to see that now. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can see my mouse moving around. So the entrance, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the entrance is here.
Mm-hmm.
So the entrance is there, yeah.
Yeah. So where is the counter? Sorry to
where
be.
Where that rectangle is on the other side of the
This one.
Yeah, there.
Okay. So the alcohol will be displayed sort of.
Yeah, will be displayed behind.
And then where from there would this shelving be?
And then there's shelving on the right side where the door side is, where it says entrance.
So
more closer towards the counter. Yeah, right where you are there, roundabouts there. Yeah,
okay.
Probably roundabouts there.
Fine. Okay, that's great. Right, I'm going to stop that sharing. And so the alcohol that would be, would it be in fridges? Would it just be on literally on shelves?
Yeah, it would be in stands. I guess it would be in stands. Yeah, like yeah, alcohol bottle stands.
Okay, so it's not really. I mean, it's beer. People like their beer cold. It's not going to be ready to drink. It's
no,
sort
it
of
won't be ready to drink.
You take it, put it in the fridge, and then you drink it.
Yeah, and not necessarily beer. A lot of our the alcohol brands I've engaged with already that are UK based, they're in bottles. They're not in cans, and they're not really beers. It's like rum, it's vodka, etc., etc.
Spirits then. Spirits. Yeah. Okay. So it's predominantly spirit based rather than
predominantly
beer.
Spirit based. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Okay. I think, Joe, that's probably it from me. If I have anything else, I'll let you know. But thank you very much. Thank you.
I can see Bob's hand is up.
Sorry, Chair. I have a further question, if I may. And Pierre, and obviously having heard Catherine's complaints on behalf of the residents, and I've never met Catherine before, but I do think she's a credible local resident, and I do think she is in contact with the community group, pretty much like you are as well. So I'd like us to respect the fact that she's representing a group of people, and and she's doing her best to put forward views. And I think the thing from my point of view that may coincide with what Catherine's saying is that, we've got some pretty famous Caribbean drinks, particularly from Ray and Nephew, and the idea that a 15-year-old who looks 21 years old can go into your place and be in a state that his mother wouldn't approve of before he's even left Westfield does worry us a bit. And you know what these younger guys are like. They'll put it in their pocket and they'll nip round to the toilets or something. And they're pretty smart. So it's just really how you're going to manage that, because I know you wouldn't. I'm sure you wouldn't want that.
Yeah, I mean,
underage sales, I think, is really the my particular concern.
Yeah, I know when I was young, anytime I was going against my parents to try and buy, there would be alcohol or cigarettes, I would always be asked for my ID. So that's something that we would always ask anyone coming in to buy: show us your ID, and making sure that they are, the right age to be able to take the alcohol outside of the premises.
And would you consider a challenge under 25?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Okay, Bobby, do councillors, do you have any question for Bobby?
No, I think he's answered everything I needed to know.
That Bobby, I know you're supporting Neil. The question is, are you going to have online as well? Are you going to sell this online? Do you know whether you're going to be selling this beer online as well?
Well, the application is for an off license, but I will mention that in my points that I like to mention. I will answer that question, but I've just done a list of points here, which is one: he will follow the 4 licensing objectives. Very important is challenge 25, which we put in place.
Bob, you're going to have 3 minutes to sum up.
Yes, I know. And they're also going to implement staff training in the 4 license objectives every 6 months. It is for an off sale. It will be very
summing up
in this business model.
It's not. He said it's not summing up. That's what he said.
I'm just answering some of the questions that's come up. It will be part of his business model, and he wouldn't be a very good business person or very sustainable in the business if he ignores the 2 million visitors to Westfield. So he's just taking advantage. The reason why he's paying such a high business rates and such high expenses is to take advantage of the 2 million visitors. It's like us in Sainsbury's or one of the big supermarkets to just do off sales and don't actually, people do buy with their visual eyes. So it's very important. Even some of the products, he's going to have all the products in a safe environment, away from children. Even if he does use a fridge, it will be underneath the counter, which will be lockable. Because some of the products, like we know in our community, soil needs to be kept at a certain temperature. You can't have it at room temperature. Certain cakes, so you have it in a lockable, on the counter fridge, not to be sold like a bar. This is not a bar situation. This is a retail off-license situation where people will come, they're paying premium prices for these products, and they're taking them home to enjoy them at home or buying them as gifts for people. So that is his business model. It's not a bar. It's not somewhere where people consume alcohol. It's people buying gifts. He's got over 80 different products there in the store. There may be back related, a part of the culture, which everybody enjoys.
Okay. Okay, your time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bobby, for all your answers. Councillors, do you have any more questions, please? Councillor
yes, Chair, if I may. And if I can address to Bobby, who's obviously got quite a bit of experience in this field, and I really want to, as I say, I can't emphasise enough my concerns for both the younger people not being able to buy alcohol, which would immediately wipe out your licence, and that's important. So it wouldn't do you any favours if that happened. And the other thing is that I'm looking for seeing how you're going to train your staff, not just for the licensing objectives, but because this is part of the wider community, and we do want to see businesses thrive. And if your staff are trained to sell alcohol, that would be great. And will you be investing in any CCTV for this, for the points of sale?
Right. In regards to staff training, they will be trained with the Challenge 25 with the correct ID and all the IDs that are acceptable there. And they'll be regularly trained and updated in that. Every staff will understand all the conditions of the license as an introduction part of the staff. And that will be done as new staff comes in, automatic done every 6 months. In regards to CCTV, that's been agreed with the police because the centre has so much CCTV in the centre. with security that's available. It was deemed and agreed that there's no need to point of sale CCTV there. That was agreed with condition with the police. So we don't see that as an issue. We don't see Challenge 25 as an issue. That is more than enough to make sure that the sales of alcohol. Plus, when they have other options of other supermarkets and other stores to buy half the price of alcohol, and he's already agreed with the police not to sell any strong beers or lagers or ciders or anything above 5.5. So that eliminates the general issue with street drinking and street drinkers. So one, the price point will eliminate street drinking, will eliminate young people buying these premium products. A lot of the products are low alcohol. It's debatable a Guinness Punch, whether it's 0.5 with alcohol, it doesn't need an alcohol license. He's not trying to restrict himself not to sell Guinness Punch, which is basically Guinness with condensed milk and certain herbs and spices, a rum cake. So it is not high volume alcohol. Things there. So it's not really an issue with the training and everything else and his management policy. He's quite a mature, sensible businessman. He doesn't need any of those issues and problems. And that's why he hasn't applied for a late license. He hasn't applied for on-sales. He's just doing sensible retail to promote that sector of the business. Obviously, everyone's gone through COVID-19 and his business model has to change. Now, this is delayed him by 3 months, where Catherine's objected in August 3 months ago to his license. It's cost him all that time. If you're here to give him his license and grant his license today, he'll be struggling to be opening for business for Christmas. And he'll be at a rush, at a panic to get his products in, put him in a safe environment, staff training, which if it's there, I'll probably on Monday or the next few days be down there training at the staff, making sure they have the agreed conditions, make sure everything runs smoothly.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think, please, can I ask all the parties to briefly sum up as possible? I'm just allow them 3 minutes to sum up. Can I start with the officer, please? Can I ask the officer to sum up?
Hi, Chair. The licensing team don't have any further comment.
Okay. Okay. Can I ask Catherine to sum up, please?
Mercy, I think I've said everything really. As I say, my point is not against Black Pound itself, it's against another alcohol license. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Catherine, for speaking up. Thank you. Then can I ask the applicants, instead in place of applicants, can I ask Bobby or the applicant, which one of you, only one of you have to sum up. So which one is this going to be?
I don't mind Bobby summing up for me, that's fine.
Okay.
And just like, yeah, Councillor Paul, Guinness Punch tastes lovely. Give it a try.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask Bobby to sum up? Bobby is 3 minutes, not more than that.
I would take 1 minute. I think you know, Mr. Neil is really explained his business model, explained the reason why he's added alcohol to his premises. He's explained the cultural differences. He wants to take advantage of 2 million visitors to the area. He won't be underselling Sainsbury's or Waitrose or any other businesses in there. There's plenty of other licensing premises where people can go and get drunk, and security will take care of that. He will make sure that he implements his Challenge 25. It's really his type of audience that come in there, and local people that will come and try. Is more of an older audience. We don't expect young people to be coming in and paying £8.50 for a can of drink when they can buy $1.99 for a can of drink. You know, so it is not something that he's going to add to the area. I think he's just going to add great value to the area of Hammersmith and Fulham. I think this is something that needs to be embraced and encouraged in the area, and rather than in consideration with the residents of the village, Catchment Village, please consider how you affect small businesses when you do object to these licenses, because it doesn't look like you object to the Black Pound store, you're objecting to the principle of asking for a saturation zone, and that's a different matter. So please consider when you, for small micro businesses, what you actually cost them in the future, please.
3 minutes is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, deliberation. The committee will now retire to take its decision in a separate meeting room. An adjournment tile will be displayed during the deliberation. You are welcome to remain in the meeting to hear the committee's decision. However, this may take some time. If you don't want to wait, a summary decision will be published on Council's website tomorrow morning. Can I ask members to turn off their video, mute their microphones, and join in the private meeting for deliberation in the Teams? Thank you. Is everybody in?
Yes, everyone's here.
Okay, thank you. Well, the committee has decided the following. The Black Pound Day Limited, West 12. The committee have considered an application for the new premises license for the sale of alcohol off the premises to be granted in respect of the Premises Under License Act 2003. The application, in summary, the committee has decided, after taking into account all the individual circumstances of this case and the promotion of the 4 licensing objectives, to grant the application for the new license with the condition agreed with the place. To add 3 additional conditions imposed by committee, all staff responsible for selling alcohol shall receive relevant training before making any unsupervised sale. All staff shall be trained in how to identify drunk and drug impaired customers. 3, to operate a challenge 25 age restriction sale policy. This license become operational with immediate effect. If problems are experienced, then the application for review of the premises license can be made. A copy of this committee's full decision, including its reason and full text of condition added to the license, will be sent to the parties forthwith. If the applicant is unhappy with the decision, they are entitled to appeal to the magistrate court within 21 days from the date of notification of this full license. The license being granted. I would like to thank everyone for attending or watching tonight's meeting. A summary decision will be published on our website tomorrow morning. That ends tonight's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good night.
Councillors, are you ready to let the next group in?
I thought we were going straight into it. My 2 co-councillors. Oh, I hear.
Chair, are you okay to jump straight into the next one?
Comfort break, is that okay? Eh?
We can take a short break if you like.
Please, a short break, please. Please, thank you.
Suits me.
How long? For them?
5 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay.
Hello.
Councillor, we're ready to go when you are.
Okay. Ready to go. Councillor Alexander. Oh yeah, you're here. Okay. Ready to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm sorry for the delay. Welcome to tonight's licensing subcommittee meeting. The meeting is being broadcast live on Council's YouTube channel. My name is Councillor Mercy Ume, and I'll be chairing tonight's meeting. If I lose connection and cannot reconnect, Councillor Paul Alexander will take over for me. I would like to remind all participants of a few housekeeping points. Please keep your microphone muted unless you are speaking. Please keep your camera turned on when speaking at the hearing. Please note that the chat function has been disabled. If parties wish to add any additional information other than at the allocated time to speak, they must use the raise hand function so that they are not missed. I also ask that the member keep their questions and comments brief to the point. If any councillor leaves the meeting or loses connection during an item, we will pause and wait a few minutes for them to reconnect. If a councillor is not present for the substantial part of the discussion of an item, they will not be included in deliberation. The quorum for this meeting is 2 members. If the committee, or 2 members of the committee, if we have fewer than 2 members in attendance, I will have to adjourn the meeting. Now I move to item 1 on agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence. There's none received. Item 2, the declaration of interests. Do members have any declaration of interest?
Chair.
Okay. Item 3, I would like to ask every member participating to introduce yourself.
Sorry, Chair, I do have a declaration of interest. I know some of the residents, although I've not seen any of them for at least, or had any contact with them for at least 10 years. And I don't believe that this would affect my judgment. I know the premises quite well because as a child, I used to go there with my father, who was friends of the proprietor. And I may well have a better knowledge of the of the premises than other members of the committee.
Thank you, Councillor, for that is noted. I would like to ask everyone participating to introduce yourselves as I call on you. We will have with us Benjamin Lucas.
Hello, nice to meet you all.
Thank you. And his solicitor is Greg Bellis.
Yeah, hello, yes, nice to see you all again.
Thank you.
I'm the solicitor for Gorillas tonight.
Thank you. The council legal officer is Emmanuel Appon, and licensing officer is Elisha Collin. Is Elisha here?
Present, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, also present, Emmanuel.
Okay. Thank you. And they're supported by Karen Lin Yu. Is she here?
Hi, present, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Now, procedure. Before we consider the application today, please, may I quickly explain the procedure the committee will follow. We will hear from the following. The licensing officer will introduce the application. Councillor Florin, an objection. Finally, Benjamin Lucas, area manager for Galera, and Craig Bellis, visitor, will be speaking. Only one of them is allowed to speak. Usually, each party will address the committee once for a maximum of 5 minutes. Following the presentation by all parties, the committee may ask questions of any parties or other person present at the hearing. No party has the right to ask questions to any other party at any time during the hearing. Following the presentation and questioning, each party will be allowed to sum up 3 minutes sum up for their case or presentation. The committee will then retire for deliberation. Upon its return, I will announce the committee's decision. Please keep your remarks as concise as possible.
Chair, sorry to just interrupt for a second. In declaring interests, I did also receive emails from some residents, and I didn't respond to them. I forwarded them to the licensing officer, and I think they are available somewhere, and they related to the questions of procedure, but I didn't answer them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, for bringing that to our attention. Then we can have the licensing officer. Can ask the licensing officer, Elisha Collins, to introduce the application.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, panel. By way of background, I can confirm that on the 31st of August 2022, Gorillas Technologies UK Limited submitted a new application for a new premise licence in respect of the business known as Gorillas, located at 4 Chandler Crescent, London. The applicant sought to apply for the sale of alcohol via their online grocery store from 800 hours to midnight, Monday to Sunday. The premise is not open to the public. The licensing section received one representation from Councillor Sally Taylor objecting to a licensing application, along with 6 representations from local residents during a 28-day consultation period. You will note from the report that the applicant has now reached an agreement with the police licensing team. This details 3 conditions that have been agreed should the licence be granted. These are in relation to keeping a refusal record, having a Challenge 25 age restricted sales, a verification policy, and displaying a sign on the website advising that date of birth and signature of an adult are relied upon delivery. These can be seen on page 46 under section 1.3 of the application's operating schedule. You will also note from the report the applicant has an agreement with the Noise and Nuisance team to amend condition 11, which reads as dispatched vehicles are to be considerate to disturbances at all times with the way they behave and operate. Electric vehicles only to be used for deliveries between the hours of 800 and midnight to lessen the impact of noise for residents. Please also note that the applicant did offer 2 further conditions, one being drivers will only be able to use the toilets inside, and the other that drivers will only be permitted to smoke on the North End Road. I would also like to draw your attention and mention that the planning department have sent a copy of an enforcement notice relevant to the premise and notification that the applicants have applied for planning permission, which can be seen on pages 91 to 100 of the report. I have no other comments at this stage unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Officer. Now we go to our objector, Councillor Florin.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't given the opportunity to introduce myself, so I'll do that now. I'm Councillor Schwartz-Verdier. I'm the local councillor. I'm speaking on behalf of the 2 other councillors, as well as 10 residents who have been denied the right to speak tonight. I'll start by asking the rhetorical question that I know I'm not allowed to ask any other party, and it's, what do Paris, Berlin, Madrid, Barcelona, Milan, Rome, Amsterdam, and Rotterdam have in common? Well, they're all cities who either wish or have succeeded in kicking the applicant out. I'll give you some examples. In Paris, Anne Hidalgo, who I know very well, has declared that she wants to kick Gorillas out. She's taken them to court. In cities like Amsterdam and Rotterdam, councillors voted to freeze development of these. And in Berlin, where their HQ is located, Euronews reported in October last year that Gorillas had fired hundreds of its workers for daring to take part in a strike. And what we're approving tonight, make no mistake, is a dark store. That's what Gorilla calls the micro fulfillment centres, somehow named after those horrible workspaces that Amazon has. And they're fought against by dozens of municipalities across our continent. And Gorilla's record, wanting to be a good neighbour, actually is as follows. It fired workers during the pandemic and it laid off half its head office staff in May 2022. I work in tech. That's not a good sign of a financially viable company. It's a company that's proven it's focused on quick money, creating damage and leaving before enforcement. It'll be a repeat of the previous Just Eat, operating outside of rules until enforcement comes and then they disappear. It's a business which experts have warned is essentially unsustainable. Its growth predicated on discounted prices and operations underwritten by venture capitals. It's a race to the bottom to capture what remains of the market. And finally, the Financial Times reported last month it is making such heavy losses, it is likely to be bought over by their rival Getir. They won't be around by Christmas. I'll take you through the application now. On pages 44, in fact 47 and 75, when we look at the map, there's an attempt to mislead, and make no mistake, the main entrance won't be on Northern Road. It'll be on Challoner Crescent. The people coming into the venue via Northern Road will be the staff, but that's a minority of an insignificant proportion of the people and the traffic in and out of the venue. The main entrance will be Challoner Crescent. I've said it in my introduction on page 47, it isn't true. The representations haven't been received. Representations have been received, but the application was not noticed on the door of the building where it should have been by all the residents who live down there. And trust me, they would have seen it. And no LBHF officer is able to say they've been on site. We have no audit trail of the thing having been affixed as it should have been, just a picture from the applicant. I could have put it on the Big Ben, taken it out, and it would have been the same. Pages 48 and 49, and we go back to the good neighbour. Who wants to be a good neighbour but operate under tenants? That's the dirty work. It's how you get somewhere without having to seek permission, ensuring the residents can't comment on that, and you're operating in spite of them anyway. That's not good. That shows an applicant who is looking to make as much money at the expense of residents and leave when enforcement comes. Now we continue on bad application bingo. Pages 55 to 57, no email or contact information for anyone, not for the applicant, no company's house registration number for gorillas, no contact information for the person who wants to be the licensed premises supervisor. And I've been told by residents that when they've actually tried to go on site and engage with these people, they've actually refused to give them contact information. That's not the sign of a good application. And make no mistake, it is a company that once it is settled will regret allowing and will fight for years to get out, just like all the other cities. Let's talk about the conditions now. Condition 6, we'd like deliveries of stock. Huge trucks, they don't sell out 5 bottles of milk an hour, they sell tons a day. We're allowing that to go on from 8 AM until 11 PM. Huge gigantic trucks backing up on a small residential cul-de-sac up until 11 AM. That is madness. And deliveries of electric vehicles from 8 to 12? 8 to 12 means in order for the operation to run, people have got to come in earlier. People are opening the centre before 8. Monday to Sunday, and they're closing it after 11. Monday to Sunday. Who wants to live next to that? Now, condition 11 doesn't remove the ability for drivers to park their own private vehicles on Challoner Crescent. Bear that in mind. The mention of dispatch vehicles to be considerable to disturbances at all time. What does that even mean? That is unenforceable. This is a business model that incentivizes drivers to go fast. And we're talking about hundreds of vehicles going in and out of the Crescent every single day. And you can't tell me delivery vehicles, which will bring in tons of food every day, will be electric. I wanted to touch on residents speaking before you tonight. I've done so in my intro, I've done so at the bit of my representation. I want to reinforce we have no evidence the notice was put as it should have been. Residents have tried to make applications of representations, but were denied, and no officer was on site from us to confirm that things were done as they should have been. Now I'm going to read some of the feedback I received from residents who I thank, and I know there's a lot of them watching tonight. I'm going to read some of the feedback I received from them. I'm a resident in Challoner Mansions, adjacent to the premises. Gorillas is in operation there for more than 17 hours a day, 7 days a week. Everything they do sounds as if it's happening inside my flat. Crashing noises from the warehouse, the whine of e-bikes brakes, staff and delivery drivers talking and shouting staff idling their motorbikes or setting off their piercing motorbike alarms, delivery trucks reversing, loading and unloading goods, etc. It all echoes through the crescent and into my home. The metal shutters of the building make a very loud noise and are closed between midnight and 1 a.m. every night, with some staff having loud conversations or idling their motorbikes for ages outside residents' bedrooms' windows after closing up. Another resident wrote, the applicant has requested a license for deliveries and distribution from 8 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. That is in itself unacceptable. But the reality is that deliveries are being made outside of these hours, often before 6 a.m. and after midnight, 7 days a week, with the doors of the hub being banged open and closed even later. Another one wrote, because they are storing food and drink in the warehouse as well, we now have delivery vans and large trucks arriving as early as 6 a.m. right in front of our bedroom windows, waking us up with their engine noise and their reversing alarms. And the depot is open until 1 a.m. I live right next door at number 3, and my loss of amenity is indescribable. The public nuisance is unacceptable in a quiet residential area. Finally, one wrote, well, Just Eat were operating here unlawfully in similar fashion. 2 of their e-bike couriers collided head-on in front of my window late at night, with both parties sustaining injuries. I have also seen 3 other collisions on Challoner Crescent involving e-bike couriers, including one collision with a parked car. I suspect that couriers are often so exhausted by this grueling work, which they must do in all weathers, including the cold, dark and wet, that their concentration and judgment suffers. Just last Saturday afternoon, I myself narrowly escaped being run down by a speeding gorilla's e-bike while crossing Challoner Crescent. And I got dozens of emails like these. So councillors, before I finish, make no mistake, you can't impose conditions that will make this operation good enough for residents. This is a business that won't be around by Christmas. It'll just be focused on making as much money as possible. It's refused to engage with residents. It refuses to put any contact information for fear of being held accountable or contacted. So you know what to do in here. This is an NIMBYism. This is residents who have gone through traumatic events, who have fought back against these very operators. An enforcement notice has been served, albeit I'll agree under a different regime, but it has acknowledged that type of operation will be damaging to residents. And it is crazy that we're even talking about giving a license whilst the planning application is still being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, can I have is it Benjamin or which one? Is it Craig? Which one of you is going to speak on?
Yes, I'm going to speak, although it may be that I need Mr. Lucas to help me in terms of some of the factual, well, some of the bizarre allegations that Councillor Chevot-Verdier has been making in relation to this application. Can I just clarify something, Chair, first of all, please? In the information pack that I've had, I've only been notified of 4 residents who've objected, and there are 2 residents who've lodged representations in support of the application. But I seem to recall the councillor referring to 10 residents. Can I just clarify how many objectors the councillor is actually representing?
Officer, could you help me here, because
yes, there was 4 representatives and 2 in support. I believe that the councillor is able to mention comments from other residents, even though they haven't made a representation, as long as they are of the same.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Chair, Gorillas is a company that's been in existence for a considerable period of time in the UK. They have 31 stores at the moment in and around the London area. This one is here to stay for however long it's permitted to do so. It's taken out a lease of the property. It's signed a lease for at least 5 years. I don't quite know where Councillor Chevot-Verdier thinks that we're only here till Christmas when we've actually signed a lease for 5 years. The reason for applying for temporary event notices from the 20th of October, which is when the premises first opened to trade, was to enable customers for the premises to be able to access all of the facilities that they might want to take, including food and alcohol. So we've been trading now for over 4 weeks with temporary event notices, with 2 complaints from local residents direct to the premises. It's untrue, categorically untrue, to say that we haven't been in touch with residents. We've actually been door to door speaking to residents in Challoner Crescent. I'm going to ask Mr. Lucas to tell you about that shortly. These premises are fundamentally different to the Just Eat premises that were there previously. Just Eat is what's called a driver's hub. All that happens when Just Eat are in occupation is that they have a bunch of drivers who sit there and wait until they have to go to a restaurant and then pick up goods and deliveries locally and take them to their delivery points. Gorillas is an online grocery store. So we have food and drink kept inside the warehouse, and about 15 drivers who operate from the premises, taking goods to customers' home addresses as and when the orders come in. They all drive electric bikes, so there is no disturbance to residents. The electric bikes are silent. So quite when Councillor Chevalier says a resident has heard a motorbike idling outside their premises, I'm not sure how that could have happened when the bikes are all electric. Deliveries to the premises do not constitute hundreds per day, as was suggested previously. There are 5 deliveries during the day. They will all take place between a window of 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. And I'm happy to have that conditioned if you wish to do so. So deliveries will not take place early in the morning or late at night to disturb anybody. We've reached out to a number of local residents. We've given gift packs to some of them in terms of food. We've provided a contact number for them if they want to contact anybody at the store. I'm happy to accept a condition, if you want to impose one, that we should have quarterly meetings with residents on site if you'd like. I'm happy to have the usual condition that you and your fellow councillors will be familiar with, that we provide a contact number for residents to have in case they wish to complain or raise any issues or concerns about the conduct of the premises. But the reality is that the granting or refusal of this licence doesn't make these premises go away. They are going to be there whether they have a licence or not, because they are an online grocery store. Alcohol is a relatively small proportion of what they do. And so the store is going to be there come what may. This is an opportunity for the licence to be granted so that appropriate conditions can be imposed on the way in which they operate. And you actually have a chance or an opportunity to control the way in which the premises operate rather than having no control whatsoever. So if the license is refused, the premises are still going to be there. Make no mistake about that. But it just means that you have no element of control over the premises whatsoever. So the license is a useful exercise. I'm going to ask Mr. Lucas now if he will just chip in, just to give the committee some information about what we've been doing in terms of reaching out to the local residents since we've been open on the 20th of October. Ben, if you could.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. Thank you for allowing me this chance to just explain some of that. So as part of the launch week that we had with the warehouse and the new address, the launch manager and also the warehouse manager went door to door with some of the local direct residents to obviously introduce ourselves and try and get off on the right foot with these residents. We have held conversations with them, as Craig has already mentioned. We did do some welcome goodie bags containing some fruit and vegetables for them as well. And subsequently since, I know the warehouse manager has reached out and left a contact telephone number and her own personal work email address to any of those residents who wish to raise any concerns about the operation. And so I know that she has reached out and had conversations with some of those residents in the recent past as well.
Okay.
Sorry, in terms of deliveries, can you just confirm that you're happy for the window of deliveries to the premises to be between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. and just give the committee a bit more information on how deliveries occur and how often they are throughout the day?
Of course, yeah. I mean,
you have hundreds of deliveries with large multi-ton vehicles arriving all through the day?
We don't. So as a business, we've changed the way that we operate in terms of the delivery schedule. So we used to have 5 or 6 supplier deliveries direct to the warehouse. We now have a central distribution centre of our own, which has limited the amount of deliveries that now happen daily to 1 or 2 maximum per warehouse. We have now a delivery route with our partner DHL, who does the deliveries, and we have earmarked the Chelsea delivery slot to be between midday and 1 o'clock, because we know that there are tight restrictions on Challoner Crescent, and we are very, very aware that we want to stay within those to minimise any potential disruption to the residents as well. So a midday delivery slot, but we are open to obviously having a window with that to obviously try and minimise the impact there as well. So we are very, very conscious of the need to kind of meet the residents on this.
Chair, I think that's all I wanted Mr. Lucas to help you with at this stage. So we're happy to take your questions now if you have any.
Okay, thank you very much. And now can I ask the councillors to have questions if they have any questions? Can I ask committee members to ask questions?
Yes, Chair, if I may. I'm not sure who to put them to. So, can I ask the applicant about the firstly the goods going out? How many, whether they're electric or not at the moment is not. How many delivery vehicles will you be operating? And how many vehicle movements do you expect? That's taking your produce to your customers.
So, Paul, the delivery riders all use electric bikes, so silent electric bikes. There's a maximum of 15 riders based at this particular location, and they're all required to stay inside the premises until they go out on a specific delivery. So they all sit inside, have a chat, have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee with each other, and they sit inside until they go out. I mean, the frequency of deliveries depends entirely upon how busy we are. So, Ben, do you have an idea of the busiest time of day and then the quietest time of day to give Councillor Alexander a rough idea how things work?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it varies depending on the day of the week. As a general rule of thumb, Friday through Sunday are the busiest days that we operate, and that tends to be kind of more specific to the hours of kind of 4 till 7 p.m. in the evenings. In terms of order volume, the new site has about 200, 230 a day. So when we operate from 8 o'clock in the morning till midnight, that's probably about anywhere between 15 and 20 an hour across the day. Obviously, they vary depending on the peaks and troughs of demand, but that's a rough guess for what we've had over the past 4 weeks in the site.
And then your quieter times come later in the evening, do they, sort of 10 to midnight?
Yes, like after kind of at 10 o'clock till midnight, it definitely tails off. And again, mid-morning as well. So sometimes in the morning we have a rush because we do fresh bakery. So that's quite a good demand for the local area. And then it kind of drops again. And then you have the early evening now as nights draw in as well.
So thank you for telling me about the goods out. Now, could I just talk about the goods in? When you said that the delivery times would be limited between 10 and 5, am I right to assume that is Monday to Friday, or would that include Saturdays and Sundays?
No, Paul, it would be every day, because they have deliveries of things like fresh bread, fresh milk.
So it'd be 7 days a week.
Okay. It could be 7 days a week, yeah.
And I know vehicles come in all different shapes and sizes. Have you got a rough idea? If they're coming from a central distribution fleet, presumably they are all sort of within your organisation's remit. So you will have management plans to make sure that you don't have 2 lorries there at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben, can you confirm?
Yeah, it's just one lorry that would go to the site, so it does a multi-drop. It's not a massive kind of articulated lorry or anything like that. It's one of the smaller ones, but it's one delivery drop per warehouse. So that once it's been and gone for that day, that's the only drop that it would do to that Chelsea warehouse.
How long would you?
Sorry, could you just clarify? Because whether the vehicles are Arctic or not, Arctics are probably better at getting around corners, but it's really the size that I'm interested in. Do you know the categories of vehicles?
I don't specifically. I think it could be a maximum. It would be something like a 7.5 ton, but I don't know for certain if that is exactly what they use.
So it would only be light goods vehicles.
Correct.
Right. So we're not going to go over into the full-blown HGV classes above 7.5 tons. No. Okay. And how are they going to? Because I don't expect you to be able to see it, but behind me is the original ordnance survey of the site, and I had a look at your plan that you kindly submitted with your application, which was very helpful. And what I'm trying to understand in this is how the vehicles are going to arrive and how they're going to get out of the place, because a 7.5 tonner, well, a full-size family car you couldn't turn round in the space. I think only a smart car would be able to do a 3-point turn. And I know myself, I can remember when the place was in operations, people would come into they'd return their vehicles to one entrance, and then it would go through the rental system process, and then it would leave out of the other one. So it was essentially one way. And would it be a problem if the local authority were to put a one-way system on that piece of road, which would obviously mean that they could only go in one way and not come out the other way? Sorry, they could not come out the same way that they went in.
I'm not sure I follow, Paul. I mean, it's not one way at the moment, so it's two
No,
ways.
so it was just really for the vehicle turning, and without a banksman.
My understanding is they reverse it at the moment. So they reverse. Yeah. They don't have to turn in Challoner Crescent at all. They reverse into the large shutter gates that they've got, so that they can drop the produce off at the gate.
Okay, so with relation to the shutter gates, I saw on your plan. Sorry, I'm just bringing it up in front of myself. Have you got your shutter plan in front of you?
Mr. Bayliss, you're muted.
Sorry, Paul. I've got the plan of the layout of the premises at page 75 of the pack.
Yeah, that's one, and it's ringed round in red.
Yeah,
and it shows your main entrance on North End Road.
Yeah, that's the main entrance for the riders as they come in for work. The main entrance for deliveries is in Challoner Crescent.
So it will be the goods out will essentially go out of the front of the building, and the goods in will come in the back.
No, goods in and out at Challoner Crescent. Where it says main entry, that's purely foot entry for the members of staff to come in.
Right, and those are steel curtain shutter gates.
They are.
Yeah, and yeah, I can see they're not particularly high there in terms of some of the HGV vehicles, particularly the ones with a fridge unit on top of them. So presumably you have to unload it in the street.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And would that be done by hand or by forklift?
Ben, can you help?
Yeah, of course. So what they do is they reverse up to the shutter gate, and then the van has, or the lorry has a tail lift on it. So the cages are then electronically dropped off the back of the truck and then wheeled in. They're delivered on cages, and they go straight into the shutter gate as close to the gate as the driver can reverse up.
A bit like the big supermarkets.
Yes, but with a smaller lorry. So
obviously, yeah. So you have wire cage trolleys. Okay. That's all for now. If I may, Chair. I don't know if Councillor Stanton has any questions.
Yeah, one or two very brief ones. To be honest, Councillor Alexander has asked some of my questions already. Thank you, Paul. I'm just for clarification on a couple of items, please. I know that you're asking for a license until was it midnight? What time do you actually do your deliveries for non-alcoholic items. Is that the same time?
Yeah, same time. So if we weren't granted a license, we'd still operate between 8 and midnight because it's a general grocery business anyway.
Okay, thank you. And this, I've been writing notes while you've both been speaking, actually. And just again for clarification to Mr. Bayliss, you said that riders will be required to wait inside whilst waiting to, but it also says somewhere that they would be encouraged to smoke on the North End roadside, so they won't actually be required specifically to wait inside while they're waiting, would they?
They would, as part of their duties, their contractual duties, they're required to wait inside unless they want to go out for a smoke break, in which case we'd put them out onto North End Road so they're not disturbing residents in Cheltenham Crescent. But they are required, Councillor Stanton, to stay inside during their hours of employment, yeah.
Unless they're outside?
Correct, unless they go into North End Road, yeah, for a smoke.
Okay, no, that's fine, thank you. And to Mr. Lucas, you said, Mr. Bayliss said in his, I think if I'm getting these right, that there were up to 5 deliveries a day, but now you've got the centralised delivery system, it will be down to 1 to 2 a day, and you then said it was actually only 1 a day. So is it 1 to 2 a day, or is it 1 a day?
So it varies on the demand. The main delivery, which is the big truck, which I think some of the residents have complained about, is 1. But we do have 1 or 2 smaller suppliers which turn up in kind of a small van or electric car van that turns up and delivers like the fresh bread and things like that. But in terms of the big delivery, it's 1.
Okay, now that's great. And again, this is really just for clarification for me. This is to licensing. Is our licensing officer there? Hi, thank you. Really, just for the benefit of my understanding and for the rest of the committee, could you just please describe the process and the requirements for the display of licensing notices?
Yep, so it has to be displayed at height level at the premise for 28 days. And we are required a copy of the notice as a picture to show that it has been displayed for the full 28 days at the start of the date. And it also has to be advertised in a local newspaper, and we have to have a copy of that advertisement as well with the end date, which we also received.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you
very much. I don't know if it helps you at all, but as an aside, I happen to live about half a mile from this particular site, entirely coincidental. I live down in Parsons Green. And so I dealt with the display of the notice myself. I went and put the notice up. I checked it 3 times during the 28-day period, and it remained there all the time. And I sent a photo to the licensing authority.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. If we're allowed to just unmute ourselves and speak without being asked a question, as Mr. Bayliss has done, I wanted to emphasise none of the residents, especially those who live down the road, have seen this notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Sorry. I thought you finished.
No. Please, Councillor, do intercede.
It was just this notice. Whenever I'm possibly recently, but generally speaking, is it fair to say that most of the time the shutter doors are open or somewhat open, or are they always fully closed?
They've been closed during the application notice period because there's been no one in there, Paul. So it's been closed all the time. But I actually put the notice to the side of the shutter doors. It was actually on the brick pillar at the side of the shutter doors. So even if the doors were open, the notice would still have been visible to anybody.
Oh, we've been sent a different licensing have sent me a different picture because this was queried by residents.
Yeah,
and the picture of the residents was actually on the hinge part of the steel shutter.
Yeah, there were 3. We put 3 notices up: one on the shutter, one on the pillar, and one on the other side of the building on the North End Road side as well.
Oh, okay. It's just we didn't see pictures. So I think in my mind it crossed my mind that if the curtain door was open, people wouldn't have been able to see the notice.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So that's all for now, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton, I thought you are still saying something. Have we got more questions?
I don't think I do just at the moment, Chair. If you'd like to ask any questions you've got, I may have some afterwards. but I also may not.
Yeah, okay. How was the temporary event that you people had? You had few temporary events. How was it? How did it go?
Paul, you want to explain to Councillor Ume how the temporary event notices were used? Did you sell much alcohol during the 4-week period since the 20th of October? Ben?
We did, yes. I mean, I can't quantify it, but it's a fairly large part of what we do.
Okay, so you had a lot of customers that came in?
Yes,
no,
we do.
No, Councillor, they don't come in. No members of the public actually come to the shop at all. It's all delivered to their home address.
But via an app. It's app-based.
Okay, app-based. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm kind of concerned about 15 drivers having to wait inside, and hearing our councillor saying about the noise. How would you describe them if they're waiting outside? Because I don't know whether they're outside or inside. All the noises that we are complaining about. How do you explain to us about those noise that residents are complaining?
Craig, I can take this one if you like. So, I mean, as Craig's mentioned before, as part of the riders who work at this particular warehouse, they are required to wait indoors unless they have a delivery, of which case they jump on a bike and then head out of the warehouse. So we do not allow the riders to be outside, so they don't linger outside, which has previously been an issue that was raised against Just Eat. And then obviously within that, we do have an internal seating area in the kitchen of the warehouse that they can sit down, and they also take part in internal tasks in the warehouse, such as cleaning and tidying and things like that. So the small time they do have when they are not out on deliveries, it is used internally in the warehouse to help be productive within the warehouse itself.
Okay. In terms of the way in, because one of your things says they will come through the back. The workers will come through the back, so there will be less noise for the residents.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so if you look on the plan, the area that I've marked main entrance is in fact the main walk-in entrance for the riders. So they come in from North End Road, so they don't disturb residents as they're coming on for duty in the morning.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any more questions, please.
I did have one question, if I may, Chair. Councillor Short-Verdier, you mentioned, I think, in your opening that there had been complaints by residents about the delivery riders. Correct me if I'm wrong, you said that there were noises of voices and people congregating. Did I hear you correctly?
So the previous operation had essentially the same system. Drivers were coming in and out of Challoner Crescent. So on your maps, that's not the place that's misleadingly labelled as main entrance, but that's the one at the back, which, you know, if personally I've used the main entrance simply because it'll have the highest volume. And so outside of this place, because there wasn't sufficient crowd control and people were gathering, you also have to note you do not have any space to park a bicycle or a scooter on Northern Road. The space in front of the main entrance, which is out of bounds, is co-owned by the owner of the premises as well as the local Tesco, so no one can park there. The drivers on their way to work and when they leave work will be parking on Challoner Crescent. And that's what we had before, and that's what I have pictures of. I was there on Halloween weekend at 11:30. There were people's scooters and bikes. People were gathering on that side whilst they were waiting for a job or ride, and were urinating, smoking, etc., which are things that I appreciate the applicant has addressed. But still, that's dependent on heavy crowd control. Now, in terms of the noise, what I didn't have last time around, what I do have because of this operation is the stuff that I've said to you before, which I can reread if you want, but which is noise coming from the venues itself. And what you have to understand about the venue is this is located on a cul-de-sac, French cul-de-sac. So this is a very, very small zero noise street. So any noise there goes up and is amplified in a very big way. And the building itself used to be an MOT, so it's built of metal, which has no sound insulation properties.
Thank you. So just to be clear, just because I'm trying to get the timescale right. So the temporary event notices started on the 20th of October. So to Ben, this is, so you've been in operation, is that correct? Just for a little over a month now.
Correct. Yeah.
And so from what I'm hearing is at the beginning there was some noise nuisance, and you've taken remedial measures to prevent that, or I'm trying to see if it's changed. That's my. This is a two-part question. The second part of it is so presumably noise is emanating from what's probably quite a busy warehouse at times, come out through the shuttered doors, which I believe are open during the day. Do you have any type of, and again, I'm really not an expert on warehousing, but I know I've seen these kind of the plastic sheety drop down things that
Yep.
come in strips. Do you have those?
Yes, we do. It's part of the environmental health. So we do have those fitted at the warehouse. And in terms, to go back to the first part of your question, since we've been at the site on the 20th of October, at no point have we ever had riders congregating outside the business, because we knew this has been an issue previously with previous occupants of the building. So we have not allowed that since the 20th, since we've been in that site. So we have not had anybody congregating outside in groups. So I'm 100% confident in that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Craig, you said if we ask them to have meetings with our residents, they will agree to that.
Yeah, yes, very happy to do that. We do that at other locations which are in residential areas as well. If you wanted them bi-monthly or quarterly, no problem with that at all. We can arrange a coffee morning actually at the warehouse, and we can invite all the local residents who want it. We can do a leaflet drop to the nearest 10 or 15 houses, if you like, and just invite them to come for a coffee and talk to Ben or anyone else who's in a management role at the warehouse to tell us what they think.
Thank you. I don't have any question to Councillor. Yeah.
Chair, I have some further questions.
Okay, please. Yeah.
If you'll bear with me. First, so I'm going to call you Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Chevot-Verdier, and I'll apologise if it reverts to Florin. You can understand Mr. Bayliss's concerns about people, because he's very experienced with licensing committees, and will have seen people, members of the public in particular, come along and say, well, everybody in my street and the next street is against this and that, and claim to represent those people and not. However, I just wanted to pick up, you are an elected councillor, and you didn't get elected unopposed. You had to fight to do things. And can you just tell me about how you get a gauge of the area and the local people, and just really to allay people's concerns that you're imposing a personal view, which I'm sure you're not, but as opposed to representing the views of the residents.
Yeah, so as you know, the original opposer for this was Sally, Councillor Taylor. So she couldn't make tonight because she has a Policy and Accountability Committee health. So I'm standing in for her. Well, I've quite simply spoken with my colleagues, so we're quite unanimous in the application we've seen isn't good. In terms of engaging residents' views, what I often say is that residents mobilising. So I sit on this committee regularly. I vice chair planning. I'm on all that there is. When we see residents mobilised for something beyond just sending a representation, but really going the extra mile. I mean, I've been talking to people all day who have been writing. I have a document which you can't see, which is open, which is 15 pages of people's letters, giving me a lot of good reasons why this should be refused. There's people who were willing to come up and speak tonight. What we often see is we'll have a street with 15, 20 oppositions, then no one turns up on the meeting, no one writes, the local councillors don't show up, and it helps us guide our sort of judgment. In this case, people have mobilized, people have written. The way I've gauged it is people have said to me on the phone, in writing, yes, this is what I'm experiencing. So we've heard, I'm not going to do what was done earlier, which is to qualify any of the remarks from the people for this proposal that were made tonight, although mine were qualified, which that's just how the society that we live in today. However, I've only heard the opposite. I've heard no evidence of consultation. I've heard no evidence of will to engage. And yes, I find that when residents are willing to go this far, it's not just NIMBYism, it's deep conviction.
Thank you. I've got a couple of more questions that I hope you'll be able to assist us with. In terms of people representing people, and I think we've established that. Now, I'm assuming you're aware. I know you stepped in for Councillor Taylor, but I'm assuming you're aware that there were a couple of letters that were sent in by people who were in favour of the application. And firstly, before I come back to you, if I can ask the licensing officer, all the objectors have put their address and postcode on there, even despite the fact that Challoner Crescent is a very short road. They've all put their full address on. Now, coming to the ones who support the application, the first one I see is from a Mrs. Pratima Patel of North End Road, London. Now, what North End? There's more than one North End Road, London. There's no postcode, and North End Road is one of Fulham's longest roads. So why isn't there a number and an address for this objector? If licensing could answer that.
Yeah, sorry, some of the information would have been redacted for data protection purposes.
So why wasn't it redacted for the people who objected?
They would have been told, some of them could have asked for it not to be redacted, but I will check, but it was redacted. Most of the
Okay, so if I can read Mrs. Pratima Patel's supporting comments, and I'll get Councillor Verdier and Mr. Bayliss to comment on this. She said, this will be good for the area and residents. Now, I'm not aware of a Mrs. Pratima Patel. Does she have any mandate to represent any other residents, is the first part of the question. And then it says, this shouldn't be an issue as there will be no drinking on site as all alcohol is delivered by e-bikes. Great idea. Now, are you able to just sort of fill in on that? And I'm also going to ask Mr. Bayliss if he can, because I want to know what this lady's she has a right to redact it in the same way that people can swear the Fifth Amendment. They can go to court and they can exercise their right to say nothing. When people are arrested by the police, they can say nothing but to withhold your address for really what's somebody who's purporting to know what's good for the area and the residents. Councillor Verdier, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think that what I would direct the committee's attention to is the opposition. So again, when you look at the map, which is on page 47, no, it's not on 47, but the map that's in the back. What you'll see on there is an attempt to direct your attention to make you believe the main entrance is on North End Road. And so the Challoner Crescent would just be a fire exit. That's only how it's labelled. It doesn't say deliveries in and deliveries out. It doesn't want to catch your attention, doesn't want to bring your attention to that. Now, if you look at the people who have supported the application, which side are they on? So what have you heard today is that nothing will happen via North End Road, because anyone basically the only people coming in via Northern Road are people who be coming via public transport. I'll raise my hand up and say I used to work in retail, St James's Park, Pret-a-Manger. I used to open shops at 4 a.m. I lived far away. It was much faster to go by bike or motorcycle. So most people, to open the warehouse in order for it to be able to do its deliveries with the hours proposed, will not be coming via public transport. Because if you know West Kensington, well, there isn't any district line after and before certain hours. So that particular entrance will be used by such a small minority of people that is irrelevant. So what you have is people supporting this application, living on Northern Road of their own admission, and the people opposing it on Challoner Crescent, who will be suffering from a lot of the operation. And again, if you know the site, you'll know that on Northern Road, there is so much noise that it's irrelevant whether there's just a little bit more. But on Challoner Crescent, it's a cul-de-sac, one no end, just super small streets, super residential. You go there, there's never any noise. So all the noise that we're hearing from the warehouse will be felt 10 times worse. And when I was there at 11:30 on the Saturday night, the bay doors were big open. You could hear the bang, 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 bang in every direction. So what I would direct the committee before I end attention to is opposers on Challoner Crescent, 99% traffic, supporters on Northern Road, a couple of people walking into the venue every day. And if smoking outside, good. But smoking outside on Northern Road next to Tesco's, there's no resident there, so it doesn't disturb anyone.
Thank you. Chair, can I just ask Craig, sorry, Mr. Bayliss, a couple of questions. Obviously, it's better to follow on from what we've just been speaking about. Now, you're only instructed by the applicant, not by the objectors or anybody who's written in. But none of them have turned up, and clearly they support the applicant. I don't know if you can add any context to it. If the chair is happy for you to do that,
I'm happy for him to do, and if that.
Chair, thanks. Yeah, Paul. I mean, the first point I'd make is that of the 6 representations, there are 4 against and 2 in favour. They've all been redacted, and it's my experience with Hammersmith and Fulham that your licensing officers always redact the addresses so that they can't be identified specifically. The four who are objectors all live in Challoner mansions, but I don't know what numbers. So they've been redacted to the extent that we don't know what numbers Challoner mansions they are. And in a similar way, the 2 in North End Road have been redacted, so we don't know what numbers they live at North End Road. Now, I was very surprised to see 2 representations in support of the application, because we haven't been canvassing people to ask them to support the application. And you will know yourself, Paul, sitting on committees on a regular basis as you do, it's quite unusual for residents to actually support this side of application. So I was rather pleased and, to be frank, surprised that we had 2 supporters. But from my perspective, it seems to me, with my experience, that all of the addresses have been redacted in exactly the same way, so they can't be identified to specific locations.
And while I'm talking to, sorry, Mr. Bayliss,
yes,
you are a Fulham resident, so
I am unusually for this case.
Yeah, you know the patch, and you're probably familiar with the concept, if not the actual one, of the of the council's drive for clean air and low emission zone and clean air in the Sands End area, and you may well be familiar with the council's proposals to roll it out across the borough, which we all think is a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the delivery lorries, I'm going to assume that they're not going to be electric, and on the assumption that they're not going to be electric, is the and sorry to ask, I should be asking the applicant directly, but I understand your knowledge is probably better, but I don't mind who answers it. But are you going to have to apply for an exemption for your goods delivery lorries into Challoner Crescent?
Well, the first point to make, Paul, is as a Hammersmith and Fulham resident, I have an electric car. So I first of all want to thank the council for putting as many charging points on the street as you do, because it helps me enormously, because I can't charge from my house. So as a Fulham resident, I am very grateful for the number of charging points I can use for my own car. I can only say Paul, in terms of the deliveries that we make, they are all done by electric bike, and there are charging points within the warehouse for the electric bikes. I'm going to have to ask Ben. I'm guessing they're all petrol lorries that come for the actual deliveries themselves. I don't know if any of them are electric, Ben.
It's a good question. Petrol or diesel would be my assumption for the bigger one that does the main delivery. However, the smaller ones, I know some smaller, more independent suppliers that we sometimes use do also have green vehicles in their fleet, but I can't tell you 100% yes or no either way, whatever they use.
I mean, the other point I would make, Paul, is that whether we get a license or not, that all of these issues are still going to carry on in terms of deliveries, in terms of all the issues that Councillor Chevot-Verdier is concerned about, whether there's a license granted or not, they're still going to carry on. The issues that the residents are concerned about are not affected by the grant of a license, to be frank. And I come back to what I said originally in my opening, that the grant of a license with conditions gives you an element of control over the property.
Thank you, but you will appreciate that we've received objections,
of course,
and
yes.
and probably like yourself, we're all quite familiar with that little that little part of Fulham's real estate.
Of course, yeah.
And we do know it is it is quiet, and it used to be horrendous. There were several deaths from road accidents with children playing in the roads. And it's got an altered priority to try and reduce the number of collisions at the other end of Perham Road because of the busyness of traffic. So there is a concern. If I can then go back to Councillor, sorry, can I ask Councillor Stanton or that if they want to get in before I go for another question?
I have one very, very simple question that I was going to ask when you're done. Maybe I could ask that now. It's to Ben. Really, which is you're quite right. If we don't grant you a license today, you're still going to carry on. You just can't sell alcohol. So really, my question is twofold. What sort of volume of alcohol sales? Threefold, maybe. What sort of volume are you doing of alcohol sales? Are the alcohol sales that you make alcohol only or part of a grocery delivery? And also, I can imagine someone ordering cornflakes at 8 o'clock in the morning. They're less likely to be ordering alcohol. When is the alcohol generally ordered? So in no particular order, how much, what time, and also what is the nature of the deliveries when it's an alcohol delivery?
Yeah, in terms of how much, an average would be about 10%. In terms of the times, predominantly in the evenings, but it does vary. You would be surprised. We do get some orders earlier in the day where it is alcohol as part of an order. So to the third part of your question, it's both. It is part of an order and sometimes it is purely alcohol and tobacco as well. So it's a real mix. You can't identify exactly it's all alcohol independently or it's a mixture of both, but the times vary, but predominantly early evenings and weekends.
So early evenings.
I mean, predominantly the bulk of the alcohol orders will be kind of 5 o'clock onwards.
Right. Okay.
But you do get alcohol orders earlier in the day as well.
I suppose really what I'm asking is there a lull in alcohol orders until 11 o'clock at night, and then there's a rush of alcohol orders?
No, that they start steadily from early evening onwards. And again, that varies on day of the week. So naturally, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you would get more alcohol sales than you would on a Monday, Tuesday. However, if we take this week, for example, with World Cup football and things like that, the alcohol sales have increased just to demand and people watching games from 1 o'clock in the afternoon onwards. So there is no set pattern, but there is a trend, if that kind of makes sense to you.
It does. Thank you. And that's it from me, Chair. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay. Wow.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, please continue.
Sorry, Councillor Chevot-Verdier. I've got to really, and our licensing officer, I've got to really do this, I think, for fairness and for equivalence. We have another letter that's been sent in supporting the application. This time it's from Mr. Amin. And again, the address is just given as North End Road. And he says he's a neighbour, and his comments were, "This is fantastic news for the area, and I do not see any reason why this should be objected. It will provide income for locals and quick access to alcohol delivery. Now, before I come to the licensing officer, I can see that the Mr. Amin thinks it's a fantastic news because that's what he says. So, but why would? But he says he can't see why anybody should object, and that concerns me because people have objected for noise, and he's on North End Road, and how would he have said that if, given that there were problems with the objections being received, and his letter went in before the objection, which is why it was validated. How he came to say that before he even knew there were objections, if he thought it was fantastic news thing, and presumably he's not appointed by anybody or representative of the local community. Councillor Verdier.
Thank you. I think I would take you back to the fact that Northern Road is one of London's busiest streets. So when you live on Northern Road, the noise levels are so intense there that you can't expect to have countryside noise levels. When you live on Challoner Crescent, that's a different story. I want to go back on what's been said about the kind of, well, anyway, there'll be a horrendous ending for residents no matter what we decide tonight. Sorry, not we, you decide tonight. Since when? Since when does it always have to be bad? Since when won't the next applicant come with a scheme that actually respects residents? Since when won't there be an operation that people can like and that can contribute to the community rather than take advantage of it to make a quick buck to shore up a failing business? I think we have to look at the fact that there's been enforcement action against this very type of operation, which our own council, LBHF, has found to be bad. And I'll read it. It says, the development is considered to be unacceptable in the interest of residential amenity. Now, that is a planning document, and the two regimes are separate. You can't take that into consideration. You can't, you have to separate them. But my point being here, these are public documents. You can't ignore the fact, once you do a little bit of research, that there's dramatic opposition in this area against that proposal. So whoever has written it is evidencing by their submission that they just don't really know the area, or they probably don't live there.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bayliss, would you like to say something in relation to the comments that person has submitted?
Well, I'm sorry, but you have to take these comments at face value. I don't think you can try and read anything into them. The man says he lives in North End Road. The man says he thinks it's a fantastic idea. It's as simple as that. I don't think you can try and second guess what his intentions or concerns are. We don't know who he is. As I said before, I'm very surprised to see residents supporting it. I'm very pleased to see residents supporting an application, but I think it's inappropriate, to be frank, Paul, for committees to be trying to read into submissions by residents when they're not here to back them up. I think you have to take the words at face value, but of course you'll be guided by your legal advisor when you retire.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. If I can come to the our officer, Alicia Collins. This is it's a difficult issue for local residents to comment on, and in particular, you can see you've got this quite large premise, and on what you have one road on the west side of the building, and you've got one road on the east side of the building, and the residents have fallen. That's my interest in the area and why they're doing it, because those residents may well be fully justified in saying that they're okay on their side of the road and it's a good idea, without realising that the people on the other side of the road, who they probably don't know or have ever spoken to, are in objection to it. And that's really a function of the objection. And I hope Craig's question as to why the committee would be is clarified for that reason, because we do have this opposition within the resident, and it's not a simple, simply explainable one. It's the one. Now, I know Mr. Bailey said he's very happy and he's very complaining about. Does Mr. Lucas know either of these residents at all?
I do not. No.
No, you never met them, or you never seen their name before?
No, and unfortunately I'm not a resident of the local borough either.
Okay. Would it surprise you to say that they are the beneficial owners of the premises where you are?
I don't know who they are. I don't know who the owners of the premises are. I've never met the landlord of the building or anything like that. So
okay, so you wouldn't know that. Okay,
No.
Yeah. Well, I understand that they are the owners of the building, or the beneficial owners, which I'll leave the legal people to work out the difference between an owner and a beneficial owner. And finally, I would just like to again hear from the officer in this instance, because I'm presuming when they've given their address, did they give this address as a business address or as their residential address? And also, if you can understand that in this instance there is a degree of significance about what's going on with the application. Alicia?
Sorry,
or is it Karen going to answer it?
Sorry, Councillor Sandra. If I can answer on behalf of Alicia.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I can actually confirm that both residents on North End Road, one of them does live within the immediate vicinity of the premises, and the other one does live between West Kensington Station and the premises. Just to give you an idea of, where they're located. They have submitted it as a neighbour.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are we allowed to note that they are the beneficial owners, or is that?
I'd like to know where you got that information for, because that's not known to me.
Sorry, Craig, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I'd like to know where you got that information, because that's not known to me. And whether they are the beneficial owners, whether they are the beneficial owners or not, according to Karen, they are still residents and they're still entitled to form a view.
Okay, well, thank you for your advice, which I will take and follow. Thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
Okay. I don't have any more questions myself. Councillor Stanton, do you have more questions? No. Okay. Now we go to sum up. Can I ask the licensing officer to sum up as briefly as possible, please?
We have no further comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can I have objector, Councillor to sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair. So you've heard it tonight. Committee members, be afraid if you reject it, the heavens will open and it'll be terrible for residents. Something else will come instead and it'll be even worse. But I don't believe that. I believe we're councillors. I believe we're elected by residents. We work for them. And that's not because we turn down one application that we won't have a good one next. I believe in developers who work with residents, who are not looking to exploit their amenities in their residential area, but are looking to contribute positively to society. So you've heard it. Reject and it'll be worse. Well, that's not true. There's been no evidence of consultation of residents, no evidence of door knocking, no evidence of leaflets. I've had many residents say to me they haven't even seen a letter. There are people today who can't sleep, deliveries from 11 to midnight, 7 days a week in a noisy metal warehouse with the noise going right into their houses, terrifying them to even cross the road. That's not right. We can't allow that. Big industrial vehicles backing up on Challoner Crescent, small, cute residential cul-de-sac. That can't be right. We can't allow for that. I'll just say that to you. You can deny this application and there will be something better that will come this way. It doesn't mean that because someone doesn't want to work with residents, the next person wants. And that's all.
Thank you. Can I ask the solicitor or Benjamin to sum up? Which one? Who is going to?
It's me, Chair. Yeah, to be frank, I can't believe that Councillor Chevalier has actually heard anything that we've said tonight. I mean, all he's done is just repeat exactly what was said in his preliminary statement to the committee. It seems to me that a lot of the residents' concerns are based around what happened when Just Eat were a tenant of these premises. Just Eat were a very, very different proposition to what we are. We do not allow petrol scooters to be outside the premises. Just Eat operate primarily with petrol scooters. That would involve a lot of noise for residents. Just Eat allowed their riders to stand outside and gossip and chat and smoke outside. We do not allow any of that. And no one's ever suggested that if you reject this application, it's going to be worse. What I have said is that these applicants are here for the long haul. They have signed a lease. It's all very well, Florian, to shake your head. They've signed a lease for 5 years. They are here for at least 5 years in these premises, whether they have a license or not. So the issues that the residents are concerned about need to be addressed, and they need to be addressed whether we have a license or not. Deliveries, noise from riders, noise from people leaving, noise from people departing, noise from people arriving. They can all be addressed by conditions on a license. If there is no license, they can't be addressed. No one's going to say it's going to be worse, but it will be an operation operated by guerrillas without a license in exactly the same format as you've been told about tonight. It just won't have a license. It's as simple as that. And it'll be there for at least 5 years with the lease. I don't think there's anything else I can say. We've offered conditions which are designed to help residents in terms of our interaction with them, regular meetings with them, offering telephone numbers. You will, of course, note that there are no objections. Many of the responsible authorities, environmental health, don't seem to have a concern, and the police don't seem to have a concern about issues. These are speculative concerns by residents, and I would suggest that they're taken with a pinch of salt, and we should be allowed, of course, to operate as we have done with our temporary event notices. The review procedure is always available for residents, so that if it does prove to be a concern and we don't keep to our word, the license can be reviewed at any time. So I think, Chair, that's all I need to say at this stage.
Thank you very much, Craig, for summing up.
Chair, would you, sorry to interrupt, would you mind if I ask the officers a question relating to what we've just heard?
Okay, please do.
Karen and Alicia, can you tell me, do you have any connections with the planning application for the for these premises?
Councillor, I have to stop you. We are not dealing with planning.
No, I just wanted to know if they're connected with it. May I clarify my question to you then, and you decide whether they should answer it? It's just having seen the papers and been mixed up and having been sent planning documents, and this partly answers Mr. Bayliss's questions. Mr. Amin is the planning applicant, and Patel is the owner of these premises. So I wanted to know.
Sorry, Paul. This is a legal question, and you need to be guided by your legal advisor. What is
okay?
The
Thank you, Craig. Okay, I'll be guided by legal advisors. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Deliberation. The committee will now retire to take its decision in a separate room. An adjournment tile will be displayed during deliberation. You are welcome to remain in the meeting to hear the committee's decision. However, this may take some time. If you don't want to wait, a summary decision will be published on council website tomorrow morning. Can I ask members to turn off their video, mute their microphones, and join the private meeting in Teams for deliberation? Go into Teams. Is everyone in? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for waiting. The committee has decided the following. The committee has considered the application for new premises license for the sale of alcohol off the premises via their online grocery store to be granted in respect of the premises under the Licensing Act 2003. In summary, the committee has decided, after taking into account all the individual circumstances of this case and the promotion of the 4 licensing objective, to grant the application as amended by the committee. 2, modify the conditions as set out below. Amend condition 6 of the proposed condition by the applicant and add the following conditions: to display a contact number for residents to make complaints, to have quarterly meetings with residents, no deliveries of stock to be received on Sundays. This license become operational within immediate effect. If problems are experienced, then an application for review of the premise license can be made. A copy of this committee's full decision, including its reason and the full text of the condition added to the license, will be sent to the parties forthwith. If the applicant is unhappy with the decision, they are entitled to appeal to the magistrate court within 21 days from the date of notification of the full decision. I would like to thank everyone for attending or watching tonight's meeting. A summary decision will be published on the website tomorrow morning. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Chair.
And good night. Yeah.